Call to order the meeting of the Camarillo City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven.
Here.
Councilmember Kildee.
Here.
Councilmember Tremblay. Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Here.
Mayor Molche.
Present. We are meeting at 4:30 for a closed session, and I will ask the city attorney to announce the reasons for a closed session.
Yes, our closed session this evening is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of potential cases is 2.
Thank you. And do we have any public comment on the closed session? Seeing no one rush forward, we are going to recess to closed session, and we will reconvene at 5 o'clock in these chambers.
Call this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board to order. Ask the record to reflect that all board members are present. Ms. Santangelo, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda? I take that as a no. Public comments. This is the time the board would like to hear from anybody who would like to speak to us on an item that is not on the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the Camarillo Sanitary District Board? Seeing no one come forward, we'll move on to the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval.
I'll second.
Motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Please vote. I can't see Mr. Kildee's, but I'm assuming it's a unanimous yes. Okay. What gets us down to oral communications? Staff? Board members? I'd just like to remind you that the CASA, California Association of Sanitation Agencies, January meeting will be the 19th through the 21st, and registration is open. With that, I will adjourn the meeting.
And I'll call to order the meeting of the successor agency and see that all members are present. Do we have any amendments to the agenda? No amendments. Any public comments? Would anyone like to speak before the successor agency? Seeing no one rush forward, we're going to move on to consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Oral communications, anything from staff? Anything from members? Seeing none, we're going to adjourn. And I will reconvene the meeting of the Camarillo City Council. Do we have any amendments to the agenda? No amendments. We do have a presentation, and that is with the Friends of the Camarillo Library. All right. Can you hear me? There we go. I got it. So I just a few quick comments for anyone watching in TV land and those of you in the audience. I know we on the council always look forward to this presentation every single year. The Friends of the Library have a very unique distinction in that of all the nonprofits in Camarillo, you're the only one that gives us a check. Oftentimes we're the one writing the check to the organization. But it should be noted, it is every year it is an impressive number. It should be known and should be noted that this money goes to the Camarillo Library. It goes for services. It helps the library in their operations and delivers the services to residents of Camarillo. I know you guys have been hindered this year with the pandemic, but nonetheless, the volunteers at the Camarillo Library persevered. That is a real testament to the mission and to what you all do. We do like to keep count of this number, and it's always an impressive number. Since the first check was presented in 2007, the total tally with this $95,000 tonight comes to $3,136,001. That is simply amazing. So, do you have any words?
I'm Sue Gary. I'm currently the president of the Friends of the Camarillo Library, and it's a real pleasure to present this check to the city of Camarillo for $95,000. This was raised just since we reopened the bookstore, as the city reopened starting in May and June of this year, and that was just part-time. We're still not even open full-time. In this past fiscal year for us, we have donated over $7,000 directly to the library for programs besides these monies. And I looked up a statistic for those direct allocations just since this library at our current location opened in 2007. We have directly given to the library for programs over $350,000. So that's beyond the allocations that we give to the city. It's our pleasure to devote these hours to our library. And I got the statistics from Jolene, our volunteer coordinator. We just, in this past fiscal year, have had 67 volunteers put in over 8,900 hours. And that's just since we reopened, really. So thank you.
All right, we can take a quick photo, and then I'm sure some like, oh, sure. Okay. Oh, we can bring this side in.
We're dancing. It's like these masks. People eating a lot of cookies.
At this time, I'd like to see if any of my colleagues have any words they'd like to share.
I'll say something.
Kevin?
Yeah, I want to thank all the ladies up here. Absolutely, you do a great job. And I'm sure there's some guys up there too. So, but you do a great job. How many years? Does anybody know how many years that you've been raising the money for this?
I checked on a lot of those statistics in case you asked. Okay, so we were founded in the early 70s, and so it's well over 3.8 million that we've raised for the Camarillo Public Library since our founding.
That's amazing. It's an amazing success story.
Sales, tent sales.
Yeah, I remember the tent sales very successfully. Yes, yeah. But thanks for all your work and everybody that is affiliated, and the citizens of Camarillo and those outside of Camarillo that come and shop the books. They've got some great books there, and I appreciate all you do.
Susan?
We are so lucky to have an organization like yours. A library it's not just a building, and it's not just the books, it's the community behind it. And we're just so lucky to have you helping to raise money and giving back to the library. I know so many of our residents and families depend on that library, and what you do just makes it that much more special. Thank you.
Charlotte?
Yes, well, we tremendously appreciate the money that you raise for us and for our materials and books, but many people in the community also really appreciate your very good prices on the books that you sell in order to raise this money. They really like having something in their hand that they feel they own, and sometimes they bring those same books back and you have them time and again. I happened to be, it used to be that the Friends of the Library did not have the book sale. The American Association of University Women did. And I was the chairman the last year, and I remember going to the board and saying, let the Friends of the Library have this. It's a horrible job. And you people did it, and you took it over and started the tent sales, and you really did a great job with it. So thank you for all your hard work.
Mr. Tremblay?
There is a reason why the Camarillo Library is so highly regarded in Camarillo and in our Ventura County community, and in no small part, it's because of your efforts. So I want to echo what my colleagues have said, and with a sincere thank you for all of your efforts.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to introduce our library director, Mandy Nasser, who's here with us tonight. She's doing a wonderful job. We really value your input, and we are thrilled to have you.
In keeping with tradition, we updated the plaque for the Friends of the Camarillo Library, and every year we add a little piece to it, and with the amount that you guys have raised, and presented to the city. So this is just tremendous. I thank you very much for all your hard work. All right, those are some of the things that will make Camarillo a great community. We're going to move on to the consent calendar.
Move the approval.
Could I
Yeah.
ask you just a question?
Mr. Kildee, you have a question?
I don't need this pulled, but I was wondering if we could have just a little bit of a report on item H, and that's the independent auditors. I don't know if anybody's here, but it's a good report, and I just thought if you could just maybe expound on that a little bit, Mark, if you wouldn't mind.
I see Mark at the ready.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I got to
Yes.
turn you on. There you go.
For the annual financial report, we met with the Finance Committee last week, and our auditors, Lansall Lunghart, had done a presentation on the audit process. They came out for 1 week of work in April and then another week of work in September as part of the audit, all done virtually. And they presented the audit report. It is what they term a clean opinion. There are no issues with the financial statements or with any of the finance operations. There are a couple of other reports that are included in your packet. One is the report, the audit communication letter that would describe any issues that were encountered as the performance of the audit, but there were none. And the follow-up question by the committee was, is there anything that we could have done better or that we should be doing better as far as a financial operation? And the answer was no. The auditor said that they had no questions that could not be answered. They had no questions about how we are doing things financially as far as the operations. So they were satisfied that we are doing everything that we should be doing.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted the rest of the council and the public to hear this, and I know, we're all very proud of our finance department in the city, and I think that's justified by this comprehensive, audit that we go through and how seriously we take that. So I appreciate you spending time, Mark, and, explaining it and, deliberating on it a little bit. I appreciate that. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Well, thank you, Mark. Ms. Intangelo, you had one?
Yeah, my comments are also on item H. Mark, you're being a little humble because the actual report, it was the first audit they've completed, so yes. But she was so complimentary to the staff, to the work that's been done, but also to the audit itself. It had to be done virtually, but she was so complimentary to our staff, and I think that speaks volumes to the work you're doing and, the foundation of having such good financials. So thank you to the staff, and I just wanted everybody to hear that. That was shared with us, so that's all.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Mr. Tremblay? Oh, comment? Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just follow up, I wanted to express my thanks to you, Mark, and to all our finance department staff, and to our committee for all of the time spent. I don't know if a lot of folks recognize what a strong financial position the city is in, and also a very strong reporting position and the excellence of its reporting, and that's why we continue to receive, the city continues to receive the GFOA reports. I did have one question, Mr. Mayor. My understanding, Mark, is that this is an unqualified or perhaps I should say unmodified opinion, depending on which nomenclature you're using. Is that contained in the letters, in one of the letters from the auditors?
Yes.
Okay.
As,
Can you just point me in the direction? Because I think it's worthy of pointing out. I was having some difficulty trying to find it. I'm used to very specific language.
yes, in the, I believe it's attachment 1 is the actual financial statements.
Right.
Within that document, the very first page is the independent report. LSL letterhead.
Okay.
And
And that's where, if anybody wanted to go see, they could find the unqualified opinion.
correct.
Okay.
And
That's great.
Some of the terminology has changed that the auditor pointed out, so if you're looking for specific language, that might be why you're not finding it.
Well, actually, and Susan, I'm glad you raised that, because I wondered if the AICPA standard or the auditing standard had changed so that the kind of language we've been seeing in the past, like, this is consistent in all material respects, et cetera, with what we've seen. That doesn't seem to be utilized anymore. I think it is a little different language. But I'll go back to this.
Yeah, I don't think that it was the standards that changed, just how the nomenclature, I think.
But it is in that introductory letter from LSI, Mark, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mark.
All right, with that, I had a motion from Ms. Craven. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second on the consent calendar. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. I'm going to make a quick request on item U on the consent calendar that we just approved. It was appointing King Thune as our Assistant City Attorney. I know he's in the audience. I didn't know if he wanted to make any quick comments.
Thank you, Mayor Moshe and City Council members for this incredible vote of confidence. I've had the privilege of serving as Camarillo's Deputy City Attorney since 2015, and since then had really just the privilege of working with really incredible staff here, and also really thankful and thoughtful officials such as you all and the Planning Commission as well. Again, I'm really thankful for this honor, and I look forward to continuing to serve the city and the public. Thank you.
Thanks, Kane. All right, with that, we're going to go to discussion items, item W, Clean Power Alliance rates. Is staff taking this, or are we going to hear directly from, okay. Ted Burdacki.
Great. Thanks, Mayor, Council. I'm here as a follow-up to our last meeting in September, and as soon as they pull the slides up, I'll get done. I'm so glad you asked some questions about the audit so that I didn't have to follow the library, because that's a hard act to follow.
You mean you're not going to give us money?
Exactly. But yes, again, it's a follow-up from when I was last here in September. Have some new news about rates, and originally there was a request to follow up, I think, in October or early November, and I asked Greg if we could hold off until there was some actual new information to share, which there is, and it's actually quite good news, and so wanted to share that with you, also in the context of the ongoing discussion here about potentially changing the default rate. Just wanted to provide a little bit of the history and where we are with the default. Talk about new projections for the 2022 PCIA, a big change there, and what our competitive position compared to SCE will be. Sort of where our products are in terms of environmental performance, and a little bit of an update on where the different cities in our service territory are with defaults, because there was a number of changes actually yesterday by 3 entities in our service territory, and then just some thoughts about future rate and product trends, and I'm happy to answer questions. So just as a reminder, for the first 3 years, CPA had the lowest rates available in the region. Beginning in about February and then a little bit more in July, our rates became higher for the first time in conjunction with SCE's rising PCIA and other increases to energy costs. And we set those new rates in July of 2021, really moved from indexing our rates to Edison to a cost of service model that ensures our fiscal sustainability, and so that we can continue to serve our community's needs. One thing that's happened a lot actually in this year, and particularly in October, was that the SCE rates on the delivery side, that is the infrastructure, the lines and the wires that all customers pay for equally, have gone up quite significantly. That impacts our customers, but it doesn't change CPA's rates. And one thing, just to give a sense of when CPA started, the generation rates, which is the generation side of the bill, which is our side, the part where we compete with Edison, was about half of the bill. And the other half was delivery, which is what everybody pays equally. Now with a number of rate changes on the delivery side, the delivery, the infrastructure, the lines and the wires is now about 2/3 of the bill. And the generation, which is where we compete, is only about 1/3. So that part of the bill, which everybody pays equally, is rising quite fast. It is the part of the bill where Edison actually gets its return on capital. They don't get a rate of return on the generation. And a big part of the most recent increase was to pay for both past damages related to wildfires and future hardening of the grid. So that's just a little context of what's happening on the delivery side. And what that means is that our cost comparisons are fluctuating and will change over time based on market dynamics and a little bit of what's happening on the SCE side as well as the PCIA. And I'll go into a little bit more of that in a minute. So Camarillo's default rate, as you all, I think all know, it's a lean power. 95% of the electricity customers in Camarillo are on that. You voted to change to clean power, which is our middle tier, effective October 21. And if you remember back in that time, there were reliability issues. There were huge swings in the market. And then in February that should be December 9th, 2020. In February of 2021, there were the Texas issues in Texas, which also blew up the market and really brought some disturbances. So due to the rate volatility and a desire for more certainty, the effective date was pushed back a year. And no action continues to be necessary. But I picked up at the September meeting when I came to give a presentation that there was some discussion about sort of wanting to see what would happen in 2022 before deciding whether to move forward with that default change. And so I am back here to sort of give a little bit of an update. No decision needs to be made now. We're flexible on the timing of that, but we do have some information about 2022. So 2022 PCIA impacts. SCE in mid-November said that they believed that, projected that the PCA in 2022, beginning on March 1st, would drop 70%. What that means is that CPA customers, those 95% of the customers here in Camarillo, will see, beginning March 1st, a 6% bill reduction equal to about $11 a month without Clean Power Alliance having to do anything. That will be automatic. That will come right on the bill, about a 6% reduction. You can see what that means in terms of dollar figures for each of the three rate products. In terms of people's total bill. Now, what's happening here is that the PCIA is based on projections about what will be happening in the energy market in the next year, and the projections are that energy prices will be very, very high next year. And what that does is it reduces the value or the above-market value of what's in the PCIA portfolio. And you can just see that the PCIA in 2021 was set based on energy prices of just about $45 a megawatt hour. It's being projected to be almost double that, or about $30 or more. So what that does is it really reduces the PCIA. So that's one bit. That is real reductions that Clean Power Alliance customers will see beginning March 1st. What does it mean for our competitive position? Well, when we look at our competitive position compared to SCE, we look at what that PCIA is, but also a component of that is what Edison's generation rates are. So Edison, in the same filing that said the PCIA would fall 70%, also said that it expected its generation rates to increase by 22%, also beginning March 1st. So what does this do? So first I'll say why. One is those same high forward prices that are reducing the PCIA. But also what happened, and Edison says in its filing, is that they under-collected by $700 million in 2021. What that means is their rates were too low to recover their costs by $700 million. So their rates are, right now, rates people are paying is not recovering the costs. And because by state law they have guaranteed cost recovery, they basically have to put in their anything they under-collected this year into next year's rates. So that's plus the high costs, projected costs next year means that their rates are increasing quite significantly. Now, our Clean Power Alliance customers don't pay those rates, that generation side, but it does impact our competitive position. I think, Councilmember Tremblay, you'll remember another under-collection story from our launch year. Thankfully, this year, that won't go into the PCIA like it did last year, or like it did last time. That will all be paid by bundled customers. So we're out of, whether they get it right or wrong, only affects our competitive position, but it doesn't affect what our customers pay anymore. So what does this mean for our competitive position? Well, right now, in orange, you will see that our customers are paying about $10 a month more on lean, or 6%. And there you see for clean and 100% green what the comparisons are. We're more expensive across the board, which is what I sort of talked to you about in September. If you look at the projections now for March, well, an SCE base rate customer will see their bill increase by about $13, a little over $13 a month, whereas our customers' bills will go down by about that $11 that I explained on the previous slide. What does that mean? It means that suddenly all of our rates will be cheaper than Edison's base rate, including our most expensive rate, the 100% green rate. Just it's about a 14% swing in competitiveness, and I just it's good news for our competitiveness, but it's also sort of a reminder that these things can move around quite a bit, and trying to pinpoint a single point in time for our competitiveness is getting less and less viable, and that we have to look at it over a duration of months and years. But it's quite an amazing swing. A couple of other things. Just our current product performance. So partly to maintain some decent competitive levels in the current year and next year, the board reduced the environmental performance of the clean and lean products so that Still better than SCE on renewables, but about par on GHG emissions for clean. Lean, we stripped out all the renewables and replaced it with large hydro, which is still carbon-free, but not considered renewable. As a standalone product, lean is considered below compliance, but overall, we're not measured on individual products. But it's about as low as that we can go and still meet our emissions. And our resulting overall portfolio of about 50% renewables and 60% carbon-free is in decent shape, but it is less than what we had achieved in previous years. Default levels. So as you know, we're a platform for cities to take action as they wish on both rates and environmental performance. And what we have seen over the past couple of years is more and more cities moving to that 100% green level. So we now have 15 communities in the 100% green level as of Monday, including 3 that changed to 100% green this year. That was Agora Hills, Calabasas, and Manhattan Beach. So now and then yesterday, Los Angeles County Unincorporated, which is our largest agency, about 300,000 customers, voted to move to 100% green in October 2022, as did Beverly Hills and Redondo Beach. So last night there was yesterday in the morning, LA County did it, the afternoon Beverly Hills, and then in the evening Redondo Beach. So I was virtually traveling around LA County pretty much yesterday. And we've got 2 more cities, Claremont and Hawthorne, also considering changing their default rate. And then you'll see you all are there about on that schedule. So where we're going to be come October 2022 is 18 communities on 100% green default, representing almost 700,000 of our million customers. And I'd be happy to sort of take questions about sort of why I think this is happening, but that's just where we're at right now. So last slide, just some future rate and product trends. So we anticipate setting new fiscal year 2022-2023 rates to go into effect in July. Edison changes rates 3, 4, 5 times a year in different categories. We aim to just do it once a year to try to continue to provide stability. And we'll be in a strong competitive position, as I noted for 2022. But there's always volatility in the PCIA, and it could come back to higher levels in 2023. So as we're thinking about what to do about rates, is we're likely to recommend to the board, I don't know at the levels yet, but taking the opportunity of a strong competitive position to increase our reserves and replenish our fiscal stabilization fund. This last year, we used $27 million of our fiscal stabilization fund to help buffet ourselves against the economic impacts of COVID, which largely was resulted in a huge increase, 2.5 or 3 times the amount of bad debt from customer non-payment. We'll be getting some of that back from the state, but we also had to use all of our fiscal stabilization fund to get through the year from a cash perspective. So we need to rebuild that fund and increase reserves in anticipation of maybe the PCIA going back up in 2023. The result is going to probably mean that we'll be closer to parity on the clean rate, which is where we were before. A little bit more expensive on 100% green, and a little less expensive on the lean Great. One thing that I should just go back and note is you'll see here that it used to be that the 100% green level was a 9% or 8.5% more expensive than clean. That differential has really narrowed. It's now more like 2.5% to 4%, depending on when. And the reason for that is that we've signed a lot of long-term contracts, which provide fixed price renewable energy with no escalation for long periods of time, which has really reduced our renewable energy costs and narrowed that differential. So I expect that differential to be narrow, with lean probably still being a little bit less expensive than Edison, clean around parity, and 100% green instead of in the 8.5% more expensive level, probably more like 3.5 to 5. And while at the same time, because of increasing environmental performance from SCE and the prospect of accelerated state federal mandates, we'll probably have to raise the environmental performance of the lean and clean product at the same time as well. So just in conclusion, happy to take questions, but I just wanted to again note that the narrowing of the differentials between the three products really has folks looking at their default levels and this volatility, really looking at their default levels as much from a policy perspective as a strict rate comparison perspective at any one point in time. And that's what I think you see in all of these cities starting to change their default level. Again, we're very open and flexible. We understand you guys got caught in a lot of this rate volatility, and we put that on pause and are really wanting to work with you all to do what's best for you and your community in the coming year. And that's got it, and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bardacchi. I'm sorry. Questions? Mr. Tremblay?
Ted, thanks for the presentation. One primary question, and that's in the second bullet on this particular PowerPoint. The PCIA could go back up in 2023.
Yeah.
So two questions. Why do you think that PCIA will increase in 2023? And perhaps, but before you answer that question, just explain again the whole concept of PCIA, because originally as presented, it was more durational in nature, finite durational in nature, but it doesn't seem to be that way now.
Yeah.
So
So Edison has a portfolio of projects and contracts that were signed while CPA customers were with Edison. And so our customers bear some responsibility for making the remaining customers in Edison whole for those contracts while those contracts are in place. So eventually, most of those contracts will expire. There's a couple of them that are perpetual as long as a facility is open, but those contracts kind of expire in two big tranches. One is later in the 2020s, and then in the first 5 years of the 2030s. So it is durational, but it's durational for over a long period of time. So the fluctuations in the short term depend on the value, the above market value of that portfolio. And when energy prices are high, the above market value of that portfolio shrinks. When energy prices are low, the above market value increases. So unless contracts are expiring, really what's driving the PCIA is what are current energy prices. So if you noted, I said historically high energy prices are being used to set the PCIA in 2022. If those do not come to pass, we're talking about energy prices we have not seen in California. If those, for some reason, do not come to pass, then it will be that the PCIA was set too low this year, and it will snap back in 2023. So, like, if I knew how to project with accuracy the energy prices, I should be in a different business. But that's why we see potentially that fluctuation.
So one other question, if I can, Mr. Mayor. So Ted, thank you. And so we would then logically continue to expect to see fluctuations in those PCIAs, probably up through the early 2030s.
That's correct. It'll fluctuate within a band because there will still be a significant amount of contracts in those.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, thanks for being here, by the way. So basically, it sounds to me that we've got 1 year of where, at least with you folks, 1 year that the rates are going to be somewhat less than Edison's are. Now, is that, the reason for that, is that the 700 million that they undercollected on that, or is that just market conditions that make that pertinent this year and probably won't be the following year?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. So remember, we were cheaper for 3 years, and then we got more expensive for a year. Now we're going to be cheaper for another year, and I expect us to get more to a point where some years we're going to be a little bit cheaper, some years we're going to be a little bit more expensive. It's not going to, we're going to be, it's going to, and it may not be for full years. It's going to fluctuate within a band, largely based on what happens with the PCIA. So I think 2022 is going to be, like I said, a very good competitive year. If it goes back in 2023, I don't think it's going to go back as bad as it is right now, because I expect the market to not necessarily be as volatile. But to say that we're going to go back to being 6% more expensive in 2023, I think it would be excessive to say that. I think we're going to be operating in, a band of, more like 3%. Sometimes we'll be a little bit more expensive. Sometimes we'll be a little bit cheaper.
Okay. And then would you mind maybe expounding a little bit on the default rate and why some cities are trending in certain areas and not necessarily trending in other areas?
Yeah. So I think there's a couple of things that are happening. Some of it is policy, some of it is financial, and some of it is psychological. So I'll start with the policy bit, which is that a number of cities are updating their climate action plans and their greenhouse gas inventories, their sustainability plans. And what they're seeing in those plans is that the single biggest thing that they can do, and the most cost-effective from a city perspective thing that they can do, is increase their default rate. The city of Beverly Hills, like their calculation on their most recent thing, by changing from clean to 100% green is immediately going to slash their community's greenhouse gas emissions by 12%, without a cost to the city other than moving their own accounts up to 100%, which is like about $50,000. So when they look at the cost effectiveness and ease of the measures to achieve their climate action goals, they're turning to this default. So that's one thing that I see. The second is that because the differential between, particularly between clean and 100% green, has really shrunk from that 9% to more, somewhere less than 5%. The actual bill impact for folks is less now. So they're willing to take that bit and thinking that, at $5 a month, that's a reasonable ask of their residents. And then the third bit is on the psychological side is that we've now had 5 cities that have changed after the enrollment to 100% green, and lots of education, lots of customer outreach, lots of talking in the community, personal visits, going to the libraries, all of that. It's not an issue. Nobody's getting thrown out of office. Nobody's, it's not become one of the issues that you all have to deal with from a constituent anger perspective. It seems to go pretty seamless. Those 5 cities, they have a collective opt-out rate after their default change of less than 1.5%. So people seem to be willing in those communities, it's not the same everywhere, but in those communities, they seem to be accepting that value proposition. So I think that's those 3 of what I see.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from Ms. Santangelo?
Hi, Ted. Thanks for being here. Can you talk a little bit, we talked about the PCIA portion, but in terms of the under collection, can you talk a little bit more about that and what the future looks like with that?
Yeah, sure. So I want to make it clear also to Councilmember Kildee's point, part of the reason that we're, 6, 7, 9% more expensive this year is that Edison's rates aren't high enough. It's kind of a weird thing, but they're under collecting this year. And so what that means is that when they set their rates in last year, they were projecting lower prices than what actually occurred in the market. And so that's what, and as we moved through the summer, we could see, they have to report monthly, we could see the numbers changing. And then, the October report came out, it was like, whoa. We saw swings of several $100 million there. And so then when they came out with their November report, they said, look, we're gonna under collect by a very significant chunk. So it was basically so it's that rates are too low this year. And then they're also projecting these very high energy prices for next year. So it's the combination, that 22% projected increase is the combination of rates that are too low this year and needing to potentially account for higher prices the following year.
And the challenge is that it's a commodity, and so they're trying to project as best they can, but there's always going to be some sort of true-up where they've got to recover what they weren't unable to.
That's correct, and we do the same thing, except that we don't have guaranteed cost recovery, so we kind of have to be a little closer to the market and make sure that we build in enough cushion for if we get it wrong, and that's what that fiscal stabilization fund is a lot for.
And also, can you talk about what our future costs, you mentioned it, but go in a little bit more detail, as we grow our storage capacity, the effects on rates for that?
Yeah, so we're just bringing now online some of our big storage projects, where what we're doing is we're taking relatively inexpensive and plentiful renewable energy in the daytime, mostly from solar, charging very big batteries, and then discharging those batteries between 4 and 9 p.m. when energy prices are much higher and the grid is dirtier. So we're both having a financial benefit. We use those, the financial benefit is those batteries are daily arbitrage machines. We take cheap stuff and we sell it back out at a more expensive rate, and that, that's helpful to our bottom line, as long as we're not paying too much for the batteries. And what has happened is the battery prices, as you can see in electric vehicles and you might put a battery in your home, have declined as fast as solar prices declined during the previous decade. So we're bringing those online. With any new technology and how we're bidding it into the market, we're going through some growing pains and some hiccups, and some days is better than others. But by the time we have our full battery energy storage portfolio on them, we'll know how to operate them in terms of maximizing their value. So I think that's another reason that our cost structure is coming into not having this great variability as much between the three different rate products.
Finally, could you share a little bit about what else CPA is doing? Some of the programs, the job training?
Yeah, sure. So we're really pushing right now. We're relaunching after a pilot program something called Power Response, which for residential customers is really about giving them incentives to allow us to either control or send them signals to adjust their thermostats when the energy prices get really high and the grid is under stress. So we will pay people, $75 to sign up, and then as much as a couple $100 over the course of the year, if 12 times a year we can get them to turn their thermostat up in response to price signals. It's good for the grid, it's good for the customer, it's good for the environment, and we'll pay people to do that. We continue for our low-income customers to offer 100% green energy at a 20% discount. In particular, disadvantaged communities. One thing I'll note, again, continuing on our programs, in those 100% default cities, we're offering the 100% green product to our low-income customers at no additional cost. So they don't see their change. And then on the workforce development side, I'm glad you brought that up. We're partnering in a couple of areas. We got $1 million from one of our long-term PPA developers to spend on local workforce development. So we're partnering here in Ventura County with the Electrical Training Institute of the IBEW local, where they bring their apprentices in and learn about, in this case, what we're helping to fund is green building opportunities in cybersecurity. Teaching these new electricians about how to wire buildings so that as the buildings get smarter, they're actually less vulnerable to someone hacking into your home. So that's an interesting project. Will be this and in LA County we're funding a similar curriculum. It's the first in the nation. It's a partnership with the National Renewable Energy Lab and the Department of Energy. To increase the cybersecurity of our buildings as they get smarter and smarter. So we're spending across the two counties about $350,000 on that, and also starting a program to train people on maintenance of solar and storage projects. So I know you all have this big microgrid plan for this area of the city. One thing that we see is as those become more popular, there's not a lot of people out there actually who know how to work on them from a maintenance and operations perspective. So we're starting a training program to get people to know how to work on specifically on the batteries and some of the complicated software.
All right, with that, Ted, thank you very much. I know you've been running around both virtually and physically, so thank you for taking the time tonight to come by and give both the council and the community an update on CPA.
Okay, happy to do so. Greg and the rest of the staff and I are in close contact, and anytime you'd like us out, just let us know.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to take an item out of order. I noticed that we have, I think, a lot of people in the audience to talk on the landlord mediation. Is that correct? So I want to be respectful of their time, and I would like to move item Y up in front of item X. If we could. Is that's okay with staff. I know they just threw you a curveball. Okay, good. So we'll take item Y next, landlord-tenant mediation.
Yes. The city has a longstanding rent review mediation ordinance, which established a forum to assist in the resolution of disputes between landlords and tenants. This item is to consider amendments to the ordinance, which accomplish three things. First, it acknowledges that the state adopted a new law called the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, which established statewide requirements for rent increases in California, and the proposed ordinance clarifies that the city's mediation forum is not intended to provide guidance for or enforce the state's new rent control law. Secondly, the proposed ordinance recognizes the importance of the city's ordinance and the city's desire to continue to provide a forum to assist in the resolution of disputes as they may arise from time to time. Lastly, by utilizing a mediator to assist in these disputes in the place of the current 7-member commission, it will create efficiencies for staff in administering the ordinance, which will result in efficiencies for the landlords and tenants in resolving the disputes. I want to acknowledge that earlier today we received a comment letter which was distributed to you, and I have reviewed the letter with the city attorney's office. Many of the issues raised in the letter involve modifications to current leases which are beyond the scope of the city's ordinance. And I know we have representatives here to speak to that letter. Staff's recommendation is noted on the PowerPoint slide, and that is to request a reading of the title of the ordinance and to move to introduce the ordinance. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
And do we have any questions? Susan? Thanks.
Let me get to the ordinance, sorry. My question, it has to do with the process. Sorry. Does somebody else have comments so I can find the place?
Sure.
Someone-
Do we have any other
Or
questions?
question?
Mr. Tremblay, did you have a question?
I was going to wait for public, I had a comment relative to the letter and a suggestion.
Would you like to make that now, or would you like to hold it till after public comment?
Why don't I wait here?
Okay.
Okay, found it. So under 1050-050, mediation procedures, it says that a tenant on an eligible lease who receives notice of a proposed rent increase, and so that can start the ball rolling.
The trigger.
Is this, are they able to deal with non-rent increase issues?
Yes, with that trigger, they can deal with non-rent increase issues. For example, oftentimes during a mediation, we address maintenance issues. We address communication issues between the residents and the landlords. But the trigger to schedule the mediation is the notice of the increase of rent.
So if there's an issue that has nothing to do with rent, how does that get triggered?
It doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's strictly triggered by the notice of increase.
So in reality, they can only deal with rent issues, rent increase issues?
And maintenance and communication. But it only gets scheduled upon the notice of the increase. So some of the issues raised by our residents here they are in the middle of leases. We can't address that because that's a lease between, a contract between them and their landlord, and we can't step in and help negotiate an amendment or whatever.
Okay.
So the trigger is the notice of the increase at the end of that lease.
Okay, so I thought I'd seen something else, that that the mediation forum was for rent issues and something else. And so I'm finding it a tough time trying to define what are those things besides rent increases that can be.
So that's actually, it says, Let's see if I can find it. Right, in 1050-070A, the recommendation of the mediator, we added the sentence at the end, which allows the mediator to make recommendations about other issues not involving the rent, which include maintenance and communication.
Okay, so then I go back to how does it get triggered if it's not a rent increase? That's the issue.
Gets triggered by the rent.
So what you're saying?
Maybe there are other ways to address maintenance issues other than through mediation. This has always been for rent increases.
Okay, I mean, if that's true, okay, that clarifies for me.
Do you have any further questions? Any other questions? No, we'll move on to public comment before we go into council comments. For anyone in the audience, if you have a public comment, there are blue forms back there on the little podium. Just drop them in the box, fill them out, drop them in the box here. I only have one right as of right now. It's Mr. Gary Bennett, or Jerry Bennett, I'm sorry. If you'll come on forward. And we'll go over really quick speaker rules. Get your mic on. You have a clock, I have a clock. It'll count down from 3 minutes. As soon as when it gets to 1 minute, you'll get a yellow light. You can just continue on through until it counts down to 0, which time I'm going to ask you to conclude your comments.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Is this on? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Jerry Barnett. I am a resident of Camarillo Mobile Home Park, and just some of my neighbors here this evening. I just want to say thank you for the changes you've made. And we submitted the letter just to let you know some of the issues that we're dealing with, and we recognize you may not be able to deal with all those issues. So I just want to thank you for what you're doing, and I think I ought to apologize to Councilmember Kildee for interrupting his business day for hand delivering a copy of that letter. It wasn't necessary, so I apologize.
No apology. It happens all the time.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnett. Do we have anyone else wanting to speak? Otherwise, we will move on to council comments. Yeah, Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Barnett for speaking, and thank you for the letter. Policy Committee spent a good amount of time in discussion on this, and I think we had at least 2, if not 3, separate meetings on this. I really appreciate the letter that we've received, though, and so I'm supportive of moving forward on this, but I think we should also keep some aspects of the conversation going. And the reason I say that is, for example, in the letter from the residents, there is and I noticed that in our ordinance under 10.50.030B, and that contains the term rental dispute or rental disputes. That term is not defined. At least I can't find it in the ordinance, in the current ordinance or in the ordinance as proposed or as to be modified. So I think we should adopt what's in front of us, but I think it should also come back to us for further discussion for trying to have a discussion on what constitutes a rental dispute, which is consistent with the letter that's been received, whether or not we move forward to doing anything in terms of, I understand completely about lease modifications and so on, but I would like to get that a little more narrowed down in terms of what that term is. Because there are, and from a policy standpoint, discuss whether or not any other additional items should be covered by this ordinance. So anyway, while I'm in favor of doing this tonight, I would like it referred back, and I appreciate very much the letter received from the residents.
Thank you very much. Ms. Craven?
Could I spent the time with Mr. Tremblay on the policy committee, and, you work and think you have something the way it really needs to be. But let me ask you this, Mr. Tremblay. You're in favor of introducing it tonight and going ahead and at another meeting, then adopting it?
Yeah.
And then looking at the
Sorry, I should be more clear.
modifications.
I'm in favor of moving forward tonight, adopting the modifications to the ordinance, but then I would like it to come back again to the policy committee for further discussion on the items raised in this letter. Did I answer your question, Charlotte?
Yeah. You didn't want to do it before the next time we look at it?
No.
Okay.
But I think we need to.
I just needed to get it clear.
Yeah, no, I think we should move forward, go ahead and do these ordinance modifications, but then I think we should keep the conversation going.
Any other comments? Ms. Natangelo?
I would agree with that. I think some of my confusion we might be able to solve some of that by doing a little bit more work. But I did find, just so you know where my questions, in the staff report, staff noted the importance of providing a forum to assist in the resolution of rental disputes and other landlord-tenant disputes. So that's where my confusion is as to how it would be triggered if it's one of those other landlord-tenant disputes. And as I think Mr. Tremblay said, I think we need a better way to define what those might be.
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I guess I have a question. If we do send it back to the committee, what new information would you suggest that there will be that is not there tonight? Is it purely on the merits of the letter that was sent to us, or is there some information that we're not privy to tonight that we may be in the future?
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Tremblay.
I was waiting for you, Mr. Mayor, to tell me it was okay to respond. It's on the basis of the contents of the letter received today. So I don't know that we need a lot. I don't think that we need a whole new staff report. I would like to have the opportunity within the context of the policy committee to have a further discussion. But that said, I don't want to delay moving forward with what we've got in place. Let's do it. And it could well be that as an outcome of the policy committee discussion, we say, we're done. We're not going to move forward anymore. But I'd at least like to have that discussion. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right. With that, I think we seem to be in concurrence in regards to how to move forward. With that, we'll request a reading of the title. Oh, I need to say the whole thing, right?
So are you requesting that I read the title? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, it's ordinance.
That's what he said.
Sorry, with these maps on, sometimes it's hard to understand. Okay, this is ordinance 1187, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending and restating Camarillo Municipal Code Chapter 10.50, Landlord-Tenant Mediation.
Move to waive further reading and introduce ordinance number 1187.
I'll second the motion.
And I have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. We don't need a separate motion in order to take for policy committee to continue discussion on this item. I presume that they can just initiate that on their own.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
It's direction to staff.
Yeah. Okay. Terrific. All right, with that, we are concluded item Y. We'll get back to item X,
We need to go into closed session.
Is it already 6? It is 6:09. Yeah. This one will be quick? Will be quick. Okay. All right, with that, we'll take up item X, Sustainability Master Plan.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Mulchay and members of the council. One of the city's goals for this...
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but we did have council, special counsel that's going to be attending the closed, and we'd scheduled that for 6. So I'm not sure, and then we've also got other council at 6:30, so I'm not sure if you want to get into this item now.
Mayor, it's your call. I think this will be relatively brief, but if we have to get back into closed session for special counsel, that's fine.
10 minutes?
About 3 minutes, actually. for my
Well,
presentation.
I think they can.
Depends on how many questions council asks. We
It
could
does.
draw it out for
depends.
45
We are-
minutes.
We are exceptional at that, but let's proceed.
Thank you. One of the city's goals for this fiscal year is environment/resource management to provide cost-effective, efficient services to the public while minimizing impacts on the environment. The objectives of that goal include water conservation, renewable energy generation, infrastructure and facility projects, advancements in energy and building efficiencies, and reduction of greenhouse gases by transitioning city use vehicles to electric or hybrid models. The city has been making forward progress on this goal through projects like the hybrid solar microgrid project, water efficient landscaping, transition to a hybrid electric vehicle fleet, and the city's groundwater desalter, just to name a few. And as Camarillo makes the vital transition toward a more livable and resilient future, we are seeking to transform how we grow and manage change. In order to effectively and efficiently manage this change, we intend to prepare a sustainability master plan that will highlight current sustainability projects and practices and will create a roadmap to guide the city moving forward. The plan will develop inventory of city projects that support sustainability, establish measurable sustainability targets, develop policies and objectives to achieve those targets, develop climate adaptation and resilience strategies to be incorporated into future city projects, identify funding and implementation measures, develop measurable metrics and a method for reporting and monitoring the effectiveness of that plan. The plan will serve as a sustainability decision-making tool and will identify best practices that allow Camarillo's many sustainability strategies to be implemented, measured, and adjusted as needed to achieve a livable, resilient, and sustainable community. The plan will identify specific projects that will help the city achieve sustainability and will identify funding opportunities for the city to pursue in order to implement these resilient projects and practices citywide. The plan will align with the city's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which is a citywide plan for growth and development. The Sustainability Master Plan will focus specifically on municipal operations as we strive to position Camarillo as a model city for sustainability, looking at efforts to maximize grid resilience and decarbonization of city operations across the board. So we are before you this evening to seek authorization to issue a request for proposals for the preparation of a sustainability master plan for citywide municipal operations. We would like to issue this RFP just after the new year with the goal of returning to your council at the end of February with a recommendation for award of contract. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm certainly available for any questions. Thank you.
And do we have any questions?
I have a question real quickly.
Mr.
How long
Kildee.
if it's approved, how long do you think it'll take for the report?
We're expecting about 6 to 9 months, start to finish.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, with that, and we have no public comment on this item? Okay, any comment?
Move the approval.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Craven, second by Mr. Tremblay. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. All right, at the conclusion of that, we will recess back into closed session. We will reconvene the meeting of the Camarillo City Council for 7 o'clock, and we're going to go on to public comments. So general public comments, opportunity for people to speak on items that are not on the agenda. I got 3 public comment cards. I'll call you up in this order. Spencer Ritchie. And I won't recite the ground rules. I think you're already familiar with them, huh? All right, with that, Spencer, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Spencer Ritchie, and I am a resident of Camarillo. And I am beyond sick and tired of asking and explaining and pleading why it's important that we have affordable public transit. So I'm actually going to take a different angle with it. Because it's been known for years and years and years that 5 to 10 people taking one bus is going to be far less emitting of earth-warming pollution than 5 to 10 people all taking private transportation. So what is preventing Camarillo and other cities from making public transit actually affordable for the, public? California has a fare box recovery law that basically forces public transit systems to be moneymakers instead of what they actually are, which is a public service meant to help people get around both independently and without polluting the environment. This is a huge reason why I'm begging that everyone support and demand that their senators, plus Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, pass the Build Back Better Act, because the Build Back Better Act, as it currently is, would actually fund public transit a lot more. So there wouldn't need to be a need for fare box recovery ratios. The other thing that the Build Back Better Act currently has is 4 weeks of paid leave. This would seriously restrict how much diseases can spread, because instead of having to come into work sick and or drop sick kids off at school because they have to work that day to make bills that month, people can actually stay home until all of their family is recovered and no longer infectious. This is why, if you're offended by Camarillo's high bus prices this year, or the fact that people are still spreading illness at work and at school, you really do need to demand that your senators and Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema support the full Build Back Better Act as it currently is. In fact, I would even go as far as to recommend you seriously consider assembling groups and going to occupy a federal building, like in Los Angeles, because that's actually what sit-ins in 1977 accomplished, actually giving Section 504 some teeth. Please, the Build Back Better Act is worth that.
All right, thank you, Spencer.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
You too. All right, Karen Prow. And Betsy Artuso, you are on deck.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Oh, no, I was just telling Betsy that she was up next after you.
My name is Karen Pro, and I was on the Camarillo Ranch Foundation Board for 15 years, serving in many areas, including president. For the entire time I was on the board, the committee I served on was about the history and legacy of Adolfo Camarillo. Many years ago, the city, in its wisdom, purchased and maintained the home of Adolfo Camarillo. The foundation and the docents who led the house tours and school tours shared the history and legacy of Mr. Camarillo with the community. The relationship between the foundation and city changed dramatically in the last few years. But I have heard nothing but praise for how the city is maintaining the house and the property. One person even used the word pristine to describe it. While the changes have been major, their impact has not been felt, as the pandemic closed down the house for tours and school tours for about 20 months. The docents are trying to begin house tours and school tours, but with this new organization, they've really been left swinging in the wind. I am here to request that the City Council consider hiring a part-time administrative assistant to help the docents. It would only need to be 12 to 15 hours a week at the ranch. They need someone to communicate with schools, and they need a point person to help schedule house tours. The docents have been the driving force for keeping the history and legacy of Adolfo Camarillo alive. When I see all the programs returning to places like the Stagecoach Inn and Leonis Adobe, it makes me sad, as I remember all of our Christmas galas and Santa nights at the ranch. I fear if the City Council does not see the importance of their support of the docent program, it will slowly wither and die. Our children and community will then be deprived of learning about the history of this wonderful man who is the namesake of our community. I hope you will consider this proposal. It will be a small investment with rich benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Betsy Artuso.
Good evening. My name is Betsy, and my comment is on the Camarillo Area Transit Monthly Bus Pass price increase that took effect in July. And the truth is, I knew my monthly bus pass was going to receive a price increase. This is the bus pass that I've been purchasing since 2013. I did not or could not imagine, not in a million years, that our Camarillo City Council would set and approve a 220% price increase on the monthly bus pass for senior citizens and for the disabled. I thought that I was doing the right thing and paying the right amount to use our public transportation system, but it turns out that I didn't realize I wasn't paying enough, and that and that I was setting myself up for a very massive price increase in my future. I'm asking this council to please readdress the price increase and to set a rate that is affordable and reasonable for everyone. It's been said that for every one person that comes up and stands up and speaks out on behalf of their community, there are 1,500 people that stand behind that person. And I have met some of these people. Yesterday, December 7th, I and the dogs were walking down Ponderosa when a woman had met me up at an intersection, and the woman said that she had read. She said, I read about you in the Acorn, and I've been looking for you. And she held out her hand. She said, this is all the money that I have in my wallet, and I'd like to give it to you. You should be taking the bus. I said, no, thank you. I told her that her generosity filled my heart, and that I'd love to give her a virtual hug. And also, I've been stopped by others as well, asking me the update on the price increase and if there's been any change. And I tell them no, and I see disappointment and worry and concern, and I try to boost up their spirits, and they say, well, you know what, it might happen, or the bus services will be free someday. And anyway, I know I don't need to tell you, but you get to represent these wonderful people. And also, I just want to say that the truth is that this matter rests solely upon this council. Thank you and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Betsy. That is all the public speaker cards I have. And seeing no one else looking to come up, we're going to move on to our public hearings. Item Z, the urgency ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor Moshe and council members. So the item before you tonight is a proposed urgency ordinance pertaining to urban lot splits and urban dwelling units as a result of SB 9. To provide a bit of background as to why this ordinance is before you tonight, Senate Bill 9 was signed into law and will take effect on January 1st, 2022. Under SB 9, cities are required to ministerially approve urban lot splits and up to 2 urban dwelling units per lot located within a single-family residential zone if it meets certain requirements. So, for example, on an existing single-family residential zoned lot, an owner can subdivide their lot into 2 lots. If there's an existing house on one of the lots, they can build 1 new urban dwelling unit on that lot. On the other lot, if they did a lot split, they can build up to 2 new urban dwelling units. So in total, there could potentially be up to 4 units. The city is also required to approve the urban lot split and urban dwelling units ministerially. So that would mean that there would not be any public notice or public hearing on that proposal. Because of SB 9's potential impact on the city, the council is requested to consider an urgency ordinance, and which would take effect immediately for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety, and it requires approval by a 4/5 vote. This urgency ordinance is necessary to provide the provisions to implement SB 9-related development in a manner that protects the city's interest in the orderly planning and aesthetics of the city. SB 9 only applies to properties located within a single-family residential zone, so therefore, this ordinance only applies to the city's single-family residential R1 zone. And this map shows a snapshot of the city's R1 zone, which is primarily the central part of the city, bound by Las Posas Road to the north and to the west, Las Posas Road to the east, and Ponderosa Drive to the south. There is a 2 residential unit limitation under SB 9. The units can be attached or detached. Any existing single-family residence or accessory dwelling unit will be counted towards this maximum. So for an example, if an existing R1 property is developed with a single-family house and an ADU, they could not build any urban dwelling on that lot. However, the property owner would be able to split that lot and construct up to 2 urban dwelling units on the newly created lot, but they could not build any ADU on that new lot. As mentioned earlier, SB 9 requires a ministerial approval, meaning that it could not involve discretionary review by the city. However, SB 9 allows cities to adopt objective zoning, design, and subdivision standards that, and I will quote, involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable by both the development applicant or proponent and the public official prior to submittal, end quote, and would not physically preclude the construction of up to 2 800-square-foot units. So because SB 9 allows cities to impose objective standards, many cities are developing their own objective standards that are specific to their city's preferences. Public Works and Community Development staff has worked together in close collaboration with the City Attorney's Office to develop objective standards that are specific to the city. In these next several slides, I will highlight some of these objective standards. starting with SB 9 requires that cities allow up to 800 square foot urban dwelling units. And the city could allow for greater size if they chose to, but this ordinance is proposing to cap it at 800 square feet. And the ordinance also proposes to set forth a minimum habitable floor area of 700 square feet. The ordinance also would require that the urban dwelling unit provide a kitchen and at least one full bathroom. The maximum building height could only be 1 story, up to 16 feet. And that each urban dwelling unit provide a minimum of 100 square feet of private usable open space. And SB 9 also allows the city to require only up to 1 parking space per urban dwelling unit. However, the city is not precluded from imposing other objective standards that pertain to parking. So the proposed ordinance would also require that each urban dwelling unit provide that 1 parking space, but it must be fully enclosed in a garage space. And if that garage is attached to an urban dwelling unit, it must be attached to the unit it serves, and it must provide direct access into the dwelling unit from the garage. No new parking space for a recreational vehicle, boat, or trailer would be permitted on site. And the ordinance also includes standards that apply to new access and any new driveways. And these objective standards on this slide relate specifically to the architecture. The architectural style must be Spanish, Monterey, or Craftsman style. Each urban dwelling unit must have a covered porch with a minimum dimension of 4 feet deep by 8 feet wide. It must provide 2 different colors, one on the main body of the unit and 1 accent color. And the colors must be white, off-white, tan, light brown, or light gray. The roofs must be pitched, covered in clay barrel or concrete tile roofing, and it must be gray, brown, or natural clay. The urban dwelling unit must have 2 different materials, and that would be such as having a stucco finish with a brick wainscot, for example. And I want to just kind of point out that in order to be considered an objective standard, the ordinance has to be very specific, and that's why this ordinance sets forth the specific architectural styles, colors, and roofing materials that are allowed. The ordinance requires that the owner record a deed restriction, and that would include that the owner intends to occupy one of the urban dwelling units as their principal residence for at least 3 years, that any rental unit be for a term longer than 30 days, so no short-term rentals. Any urban dwelling unit must be used only for residential purposes. An urban dwelling on the same lot must not be sold separately from one another. The deed restriction is binding upon any successor in ownership of the property. And there's also on the deed restriction an affordability requirement. And if the owner decides to rent out one of those urban dwelling units to another party, it must be to a low-income household. If the owner decides to live in it as their primary residence, that affordability requirement wouldn't apply in that case. The term of the affordability covenant will be 55 years, and that would reset with each property transfer. Preference would be given to persons who work or live within the Camarillo area. And the owner would be required to submit an annual certification demonstrating compliance with the affordability restrictions. Now, on this slide, This includes other objective standards that they would be required to comply with, which include that the applicant must submit all studies that are necessary for the review and approval, such as soils, fault, and drainage studies. They would have to obtain all necessary permits, such as grading, encroachment, and building permits. They would have to comply with the water conservation measures. If the parcel belonged to an HOA, the applicant must provide the HOA approval, and that applies both to if they were doing an urban lot split or urban dwelling units. And also the applicant would be subject to all applicable developer fees. And on this slide, I'll highlight some of the objective standards pertaining to urban lot splits. So under SB 9, both of the newly created parcels must be no smaller than 1,200 square feet, and one of those parcels cannot be any smaller than 40% of the original lot. So you'd basically have a lot that would have 40-60 of the original lot size, 40%, 60% of the original lot size. And the ordinance also proposes some additional objective standards that staff has developed, which include that all necessary easements and access to rights-of-way must be provided for the fire department, utilities, and private access. No new access from an arterial street will be permitted. No parcel may be further subdivided into a condominium or airspace subdivision after any such urban lot split. So that would prevent somebody that had, say, 2 urban dwelling units on a single lot from having different ownership between the 2 different urban dwelling units. So for example, if you had an existing lot where the owner was to subdivide their lot into 2, they could sell off the second lot. And if there were 2 urban dwelling units on that lot, they could not have separate ownership of each of the 2 urban dwelling units. It would be attached to the ownership of the lot. And all applicable objective standards for urban dwelling units would also apply to urban lot splits. And SB 9 does include grounds on which the city would be able to deny an urban lot split or urban dwelling unit, and that is if the building official, and we added, or its designee, made a written finding that based on a preponderance of the evidence that the proposed housing development project would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety or the physical environment, and for which there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid this specific adverse impact. And staffs analyzed SB 9 in great detail, and we don't expect a flood of owners that will submit an urban lot split, given that in many typical R1 properties, the existing home is typically placed more or less in the center of the lot. And because of that requirement that one parcel cannot be smaller than 40% of the original lot size, that'll likely prove to be challenging in many cases, unless the owner was to demolish part of their existing house. And an owner does not have to do an urban lot split, but they could build one urban dwelling unit on an existing lot. But we do anticipate that in most cases that they would probably elect to build an ADU over an urban dwelling unit, because the ADU does not have an affordable requirement that the urban dwelling unit has. And there's also less of these standards that they would be required to comply with. They're also allowed to build a slightly bigger ADU than they would an urban dwelling unit. In conclusion here, the proposed ordinance is statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, staff recommends that the City Council request a reading of the title of the ordinance and waive further reading and adopt an urgency ordinance to amend the Camarillo Municipal Code to address recent changes to the state law enacted by SB 9, which include the adoption of objective zoning, subdivision, and design review standards for the city. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Jackie. Do we have any questions? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, so how do we define what public peace is? What does that mean? I know it's somewhat of a legal term, but, and how would that be implemented, for instance?
Are you specifically asking relative to a denial? If we made that finding that
Right.
it would have an impact
Yes.
on the public?
How would we make that denial using that?
Right. Well, for example, if they were proposing to do an urban lot split that proposed unsafe access, for example, where it could potentially create a scenario that would be unsafe for access to the property.
Okay. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but with this ordinance, is there anything that we should put in it that was not put in it, or are you comfortable that we've touched most, if not all, the bases with this legally, that will stand up, to legal review?
All of the objective standards that have been proposed have been in collaboration with our city attorney's office to make sure that they're not in conflict with SB 9. So we feel very comfortable that what is being proposed is not in conflict with the legislation, and that we are working within the parameters that we're allowed.
And I think you touched on this, but with these parameters and these constraints and other factors, of course, too, you're not necessarily looking for a whole landslide of applications when this comes into effect in January. You somewhat believe, or at least believe to as much as you can, that with the parameters that we potentially could put in place, that this will not be kind of no holds barred and everybody will run over and put an ADU. Is that a fair assessment?
Right. We did look at where our existing R1 properties are in the city, looking at typically the lot size, the placement of the home, relative to the proposed objective standards. And based on that, although it's not preventing somebody from being able to enact those provisions of SB 9, we don't envision a huge flood of applicants to come, knocking down our doors the beginning of the year when SB 9 becomes effective. But in any case, we wanted to make sure that we have the best interests in mind for the city to ensure compatibility. If someone were to take advantage of those provisions, that we have this in place now before that becomes effective.
And then just my last follow-up. Were there any considerations on parking situations here. I know SB 9 and 10 is address that to a certain extent their own way, but were there any considerations with parking on this?
Yes. So SB 9 only allows the city to require one parking space per urban dwelling unit. So we went with the one, of course, to require that, but we went and took it a step further, and that one parking space has to be within an enclosed garage. And then and if that parking space is in the garage attached to an urban dwelling unit, it must be attached to the unit that it serves.
Okay. All right.
Any other
That's all I have at
questions?
this time.
Question, Susan?
I have a lot of questions. I'm going to go through some of the differences between SB 9 and what our ordinance is, just to make sure that I'm clear on what is in the state law. So you already mentioned the garage space. So we're required, or we're allowed to require one parking space, but it's our addition to ask for it to be garaged
Correct.
with direct access to the unit. It's, okay. The private usable open space, does that have to be enclosed then? Is that what private means, or?
It's outdoor.
So, okay, so that's 100 square feet, a covered front porch space. These are all things we've added, correct?
Correct.
And the affordability, we've added that, correct? Last question, well, not last question, in this section. I asked this of council for ahead of time, but it said that it had to have an approval from a homeowners association. Is a homeowners association allowed to block this if it's state law?
Our understanding is that yes, that homeowners association approval is required for an urban dwelling unit or an urban lot split, and that could be subject to litigation, but it doesn't necessarily involve the city at that point. We discussed that earlier with our deputy city attorney, Kane Toon.
Okay.
So that's our understanding.
Okay. Well, I guess I can, I'll save the rest for comments then. Thanks.
Mrs. Craven?
My questions have to do with the architectural style and the colors. If I remember right, there were 3 architectural styles and maybe 4 colors. If those don't agree with the architectural style of the primary house, they still have to have something that looks weird?
I understand your question, and one of the challenges is that we had to be so specific as to name the architectural styles that are acceptable. We've talked about whether it would be adequate enough to just say that it's compatible with the existing house, and that did not meet the objective standard criteria. In most cases, the existing single-family house in Camarillo would most likely have stucco or lap siding, which would be compatible with a Spanish or a Craftsman style or Monterey style, which would be acceptable under these objective standards. So we can look at the urban dwelling unit and make it as compatible as we can to the existing single-family home, because in Camarillo, most homes typically have elements of the Spanish, Craftsman, or Monterey style of architectures, such as they typically have a concrete tile roof, they typically have stucco, or lap siding that would be consistent with those styles.
So I'm thinking of the map you had up there, which is the older part of town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those houses in that triangle have used to have shake roofs, and now they have asphalt roofs. But on the new one, they'd have to have concrete.
Concrete tile, you're right. Which they do make concrete tiles that are more durable, but are very similar in style to a shake or a comp shingle roof, where they're more square instead of barrel.
Yeah, there aren't very many of those because they weigh so much, you have to put a heck of a lot of other supports in. And so a lot of people don't want to go to that expense. The colors don't bother me because if you're going to go to the trouble of building 1, 2, 3 houses, you can certainly paint the primary house to match all the rest of them. But, okay, thank you. I understand the reasoning for it anyway.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thanks. Jackie, could you bring back that PowerPoint slide on adverse impacts? And the objective standard, or denial based upon adverse impacts. Could you just clarify for me or give me a hypothetical based on this determination that a project would have a specific adverse impact upon the physical environment?
Okay. I may need some input from our city attorney.
I can. If there were an existing single-family property in the R1 zone that was, let's just for the sake of discussion, say it was a larger lot, and it had more native plant materials, and it happened to have California gnatcatchers on the property, which are endangered, then that would create a physical environmental impact that could not be satisfactorily mitigated, and we couldn't avoid the loss of that impact. If we impacted those endangered species, we would not be able to avoid that through mitigation, so we would be able to deny it based on that.
To your knowledge,
I don't
we,
know.
well, let me finish my question. To your knowledge, do we have any situation that resembles or that is consistent with that, where we have an endangered species on a property?
No, we
On
do
an
have,
R1 property?
not that I know of, but we do have trees, and there could be nesting, and there could be issues similar to that. I just used an extreme example. There are areas in and around Camarillo that have coastal sage scrub habitat for the gnatcatcher, so that's for sure. But I don't know of any R1 properties that have that.
Well, I guess my thought would be that this is supposed to be based on objective criteria. Yet this denial, I'm struggling a little bit with this particular. I conceptually I back this. I think this is proper. But with respect to this particular item, this requires the building official or the designated make written findings based upon some factual evidence, but I just am concerned about the objectivity versus subjectivity on this particular determination.
Yeah, this is verbatim from the Senate Bill 9, and I believe that, I can't speak to this for sure, but I think that the authors of the Senate bill wanted to have some sort of a relief valve in case there was a very unique circumstance that met this criteria. So we just copied that from the Senate bill and included it.
So another way to frame this is we're taking this directly from SB 9.
Yes.
So if someone wants to complain or challenge this, we point to SB 9 and say the language is in here.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that's the starting point.
That's correct, council members. This is language taken straight from SB 9. I think the intent of the state was to allow some type of relief valve. And if it sounds hard to imagine a situation, I think that was on purpose. I think the state wanted to allow us some flexibility for some extreme situations to be able to articulate the reasons why we can't approve a project and must deny. But I agree with you. The wording is a little hard to comprehend. Sometimes is not the clearest, but we have what we have from the state on this one.
Okay, thanks, Kane. Thanks, Joe.
Any other
So if we were in Thousand Oaks and there were oak trees in the backyard, they couldn't cut them down? Is that what that's talking about?
Yes, that's another physical constraint, correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Susan?
One more. In light of the fact that we've added more restrictions, I want to hear some confidence that this doesn't cause problems or make us liable with the state. So,
Yeah, and that's a great concern or a good comment to raise. The way we have addressed this, because SB 9 was passed so quickly and it didn't give us a lot of time to read and react and also come up with the city's aesthetic standard that we care about. So in such a short time, we built this as much as we can to capture the aesthetics we find important, but there are some catch-alls in the provisions in this ordinance built into the language that's going to be codified and also in the ordinance section itself that wouldn't be codified that indicates that if there's any conflict with state law is going to govern. We're consistent in applying this in a way that's consistent with state law.
is there any concern that, can you specifically speak to, for instance, the affordability requirement from us? That seems like it could really exclude a lot of people.
Well, it's very consistent with the Senate bill does allow for us to utilize the units to count towards RENA, and it says that they can be restricted to affordable income tenants. So we drafted it in such a way that does comply with the Senate bill, and we think it would be good to utilize that to try to meet our low-income category for satisfaction of our RENA numbers, because we've always had a deficit in that particular category.
So just to clarify, because I really want to understand this, so to clarify, I thought that it could count towards RENA numbers, but that doesn't mean they all have to, or that we can put a restriction that says they all need to be affordable.
Any new unit can count towards our RENA numbers.
Right.
But we know that we've always had a shortfall historically for low-income units. So we're trying to utilize this as an opportunity to have any additional units created through urban dwelling units or urban lot splits count towards our low-income category. And we do have a need for low-income
Right.
units.
No, I don't question that at all. I agree, I think. But I also think about people that might be excluded from doing this because of that requirement. And in light of that, I don't know if that's the spirit of SB 9.
Right. So we discussed that internally as well. We understand and agree. And if someone chooses to have a market rate unit, they can still do an accessory dwelling unit. And as Jackie alluded to and highlighted earlier, in some instances, it may actually be a more streamlined permitting process with more latitude if they build accessory dwelling units versus urban dwelling units.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, well, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. And I don't think we have any public comments that have been submitted. And would anyone like to speak on this matter? I don't see anyone approaching, so I'm going to close the public hearing and get to discussion and/or a motion.
I'll open discussion. And this is an emergency ordinance that requires 4/5, so I think we probably should have all of us discussing and get our concerns or our support out there before we start with a motion, but that's just what I think. I support this. I think there's some things that it's unfortunate that SB 9 was written the way it was, or they wouldn't be in there, but considering that SB 9, I believe, was supported and really pushed by large companies that own rental housing and have bought up in many places such as Camarillo, specifically in that triangle. They've bought up home after home and, in fact, driven up the price of the lower priced housing in Camarillo, which is no longer lower priced. I mean, houses that even a year and a half ago were going for 500,000 are now going for 750,000. And these companies are looking to do exactly what SB 9 was going to allow them to do. Split the lots, have 4 houses, sell them. Or sell them in twos, and this requirement that the owner has to be in one unit, I think will go a long ways to keep that from happening. And if something happens to those large companies, it isn't going to bother me a bit. This was pushed by legislators who came from Sacramento. They said that it would increase supply and it would lower the cost of housing. And I think that it's noteworthy that, I said Sacramento, I meant San Francisco. I think it's noteworthy that San Francisco is the most densely populated city in the state or area in the state, and it also has the very highest cost of housing. So their formula didn't work, and it doesn't work. So I think to protect the housing in the city of Camarillo, there is no option other than to pass this.
Do we have other comments? Mr. Tremblay?
We have the same article.
Yeah, and there are a lot of other articles on SB 9 and 10, and I think I had a personal letter to the Acorn as early as last, I don't know what it was, April, I think, on this legislation, and indicating what I thought of SB 9. But I think just a couple of quotes. First of all, I support this ordinance, and I will be voting in support of it. But I want to just read you a couple of excerpts from SB 9 and then make a closing comment from this column. This column, and I quote, this is a column by columnist Tom Elias, published on November 2. SB 9, this was sold in the legislature as a way for homeowners to get rich quickly, since the potential total revenue from their properties could be much higher now than from selling a single house. And goes on to say, anyone unable to pay off the mortgage may not be able to pay off the loans, but they can sell to massive real estate buyers like Zillow and Wall Street banks, which have lately gobbled up thousands of California properties while anticipating something like SB 9. Quote, all over California, this could disfigure neighborhoods by making them unrecognizably dense, especially since there's no requirement for new parking in any of these new structures, and neither SB 9 nor SB 10 mandates any affordable housing. So I've gone to some different spots in that column. What this urgency ordinance does is attempt, to the best of our legal ability, to put some brakes and some framework on this. And there are obviously other political things going on with respect to this whole issue now, including a potential initiative for next fall, which is going to signature right now for signature gathering. But I think for the time being, this is a good step in order to put some brakes on what I think was a very ill-conceived, legislation that will, I'm going to leave it at that. Some ill-conceived legislation.
Mr. Gildy?
Well, I think we've all said a lot about SB 9 and what a poorly written bill that, in my opinion, that it is. There's no doubt that there's an affordability problem in this state, quite frankly, as there are in other states too. And it does need to be addressed, but, you know, my comments here are just purely personal, that, and it may not be that personal, that this is a very poor bill. However, it is the law, and January 1st comes pretty quick here. But I think for the least we can do for our founding fathers in this city, and what I've taken a lot of pride in, and I think a lot of others up here too, and a lot of people in the city, is our high quality of construction that we've done in this city for a lot of different income levels. It's not just one income level here. Through a lot of consternation, a lot of calls, a lot of stress on the development that we've had in the last 25 years here, it has not been a meteoric rise to the top. There's been a lot of give and take and a lot of comments from a lot of people. Some positive, some negative, some just kind of in between. But I do get a lot of people that said, geez, you know, I've lived in a lot of other places and Camarillo is really laid out and designed very well. And I think whoever occupies these chairs up here in the future needs to make sure that we can do whatever we can to keep up that high quality of development practices and make it affordable and open to a lot of different levels of people. I'm in retail, okay? Most people know that retailers don't make a lot of money. And I think it's very unfortunate that there's a lot of people that have kids and children and grandparents that grew up in Camarillo that can't afford to come here and live anymore. I think that's really unfortunate. There's not a lot of really good solutions to it, but I'm going to keep working as much as I can as long as I'm up here for that. So, long and the short of it here is I think that this is something that needs to be done. It's very detailed, and I commend staff and the attorney that's worked very hard on this with several goals, but not the least of it. We want to make sure that whatever new proposals come forward that fits into what the criteria that we've always had in this city, and that's a quality building. And pride in ownership, which most people that own dwellings of any kind in this city really are relatively happy that they live in this city because of what our founding fathers have done and what all of us up here have tried to do, and a lot of citizens have tried to do here, is to make sure that, you know, we follow the law as we have to follow the law. And I think this is what we can do, as other council members have said, that we can certainly do what we can do to maintain our quality. So, long and the short of it, I know it's a little bit long-winded. However, I feel really strongly that this is a special place, and I think it's going to continue, and I'll do all I can to make sure that it's a special place in the future, and I support this.
Ms. Santangelo?
Thank you. I want to start by saying that the housing crisis is absolutely real, and it is something that California is struggling with. And Ventura County and Camarillo aren't immune from that struggle. And I appreciate, I guess is a good word, and understand what's coming from Sacramento. And, you know, I understand their intent. I don't know if I appreciate the one-size-fits-all. I think some communities have done a much better job at providing housing. And I think we're one of them. I don't necessarily feel like Camarillo is a problem in terms of housing and development. In terms of providing enough, I think we have done a good job. I appreciate the fact that, you know, I'm elected to be here to represent this community and this city, and to protect its character and its value and its safety. I also get pulled, though, by my desire to do the right thing for everybody in California and for this town. I want my boys to be able to come and live here, and I know that, I mean, I can barely live here, so I think the housing crisis weighs heavily on me, and it's difficult to be, an elected official when you're trying to make the right decisions about housing, knowing how unpopular it is. So just to put that out there. I'm in favor of this, and I really appreciate the staff's work and everything that went into this to try to give us really good objective standards. I am concerned, though, that some of these, and I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not trying to question anybody, but I am concerned that some of these could be challenged, and I just want to put that out there on the record.
Thank you. Seem to be in concurrence. I'll echo pretty much what everyone else up here said. I do agree. I think it was ill-conceived legislation, and kind of state-sponsored strong-arming. And it's Susan, kind of echo what you said. This one-size-fits-all approach for a lot of communities, it's not compatible. And I think it's really important that communities retain as much control to craft their communities as they see fit, in a way that's compatible with their respective communities, and the approach that this is from high on state, coming down from state, that this is the way everyone's going to do it. I think that's the wrong approach, and yeah, I think there will be there will be repercussions. I think we already are seeing, Charlotte, a little bit to what you said. I think we already are seeing some repercussions from the anticipation of this legislation coming through. So I don't know if it's going to have the effect in which it was used to sell it. So, but with that, I think we are going to request the reading of the title.
Got you that time. This is urgency ordinance number 1188, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Camarillo, California, amending the Camarillo Municipal Code to establish procedures for urban lot splits and urban dwelling units.
Move to waive further reading and introduce and adopt.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. That takes care of all of our action items. We need to go back to oral communications, which is the last of it. And I'm going to look to our city manager. Do you have anything? Nope. City attorney?
I have no items tonight.
All right, and I will start with our council. I'll just go down the line. Mr. Tremblay, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Meetings attended since November 10th. Seems like a long time ago. November 12th, the Metrolink Board of Directors and Fox Canyon GMA Board meeting. November 16, I testified as other council members at the Board of Supervisors hearing regarding redistricting and the impacts on Camarillo. November 19th, VCTC Ad Hoc Committee meeting relative to hiring of a new executive director. I also had a policy committee meeting with Mrs. Craven. November 30, as all of us did, went to the desalter dedication. December 1st, we had our reorganization city council meeting last week. December 3, I had a VCTC board meeting and a utilities committee with the mayor. On December 6th, I had a all-day VCTC ad hoc committee again relative to executive director recruitment, and also a liaison committee meeting together with Mrs. Craven with PVRPD representatives regarding the new community/senior center. And then December 7th, yesterday, the Board of Supervisors redistricting hearing. And as to that topic, first of all, I want to compliment my colleagues on how eloquent you all were last evening. I thought your comments were really well made. None of us talked to each other. We just came at it all independently, but I thought your comments were eloquent. am very disappointed by the Board of Supervisors' decision last night and by the actions of our own county supervisor, Kelly Long, in the adoption of the new district maps. We know that Camarillo, and unfortunately, Camarillo is carved up into multiple districts as a result of this process, and we understand why, in terms of what the Board of Supervisors' goals were, and laudable goals. But we made, as a city and as a unified council, all 5 of us, a unified request on how to accomplish that goal while at the same time protecting our respective communities of interest north of Las Posas Road and in the Mission Oaks area, and the interests of city residents. Last night, in my view, was not a good outcome for thousands of city residents and protecting their interests. I am very displeased, and I hope that Supervisor Long will pay more attention in the future to our requests as a council, and in this case as a unified city council, and to our residents' needs, and will be more collaborative with the city. And in that regard, I request adding an item, since I know we're not, this item on the Board of Supervisors redistricting is not an item on our agenda tonight, but I request under Policy 1.04, adding an item to our next regular meeting to do 2 things. Number 1, that we have the opportunity to discuss this matter further, and number 2, to take whatever formal action or whatever action we deem appropriate as a council to express our concerns to Supervisor Long. So that would be my request. That's it for my
support
comments.
that.
And that's it for my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Craven?
Oh my, I attended so many meetings, but I'm going to start out with something that I want to be sure I don't forget. I would like to ask the city council if we could adjourn in memory of Mary Little, who was so involved in this community and did so much for us and raised so much money for many good causes. I'm not going to elaborate on her memberships, but I would like to do that. So now that I have said that, I'll tell you what all I attended. I attended the Awa field trip to Bar Dam on November 16th, which was very interesting. It was the first time I'd gotten up there and walked around that area, and it is part of our water supply, so it was a good tour. I attended Board of Supervisors meeting via Zoom on November 16th and December 7th. I attended the Rite Aid ribbon cutting on November 17th. I enjoyed that because I was mayor when they first moved, when Thrifties moved from where the 99-cent store is over to where Rite Aid was, and cut that ribbon. Later, Thrifty became Rite Aid. I was mayor again, I cut that ribbon, and now I've cut their 3rd ribbon. I don't know who was mayor when they moved in where the 99-cent store was, probably Earl Joseph, or maybe before it was a city, because that shopping center is older than the city. I don't know, but anyway, that was a kick. I attended the Contract City State Legislative Committees on November 17th and December 1st, the Policy Committee meeting on November 19th, the Hanukkah lighting ceremony on November 28th, the DeSalter ribbon cutting on November 30th, RDP Strategic Committee on December 1st, and the RDP General Meeting on December 2nd, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about that one. It was the speaker was the Lieutenant Commander of the local Coast Guard station. We lobbied long and hard, RDP 21 did, to when LAX kicked their air units out of LAX. we went and really lobbied hard, and so did Sacramento and San Francisco. But our argument was that this group was going to be patrolling the shore and out into the ocean from San Luis Obispo down to just north the San Diego Orange County line, and they would be able to do that much better from here and within that area than from up in Sacramento or San Francisco. And it would take the helicopters a couple extra hours to get to an emergency. So in the end, we won out, even though several times we were told, absolutely not, our people want to move to Sacramento. So now that they have them here, if you see the bright orange helicopters up there, those are the Coast Guard helicopters. He asked everybody there to pass along to people that if there is an emergency at sea, to be sure and notify the Coast Guard, because they do not charge for services. They get out to a lot of places, and people say, oh, how much are you going to charge for this? And so there's a misunderstanding on that. Right now, they have 13 permanent employees at the Coast Guard station. And by the way, they are located, this isn't their cutter that's out there. That's in the same Coast Guard station they had at Port Hueneme. But they're building a new hangar out at Point Mugu. So they're right now taking over one of the older hangars. And they have 13 permanent employees. And I think they have 2 helicopters. They're looking at bringing in 2 fixed-wing aircraft. And by 2023, when their hangar has been completed, they're looking at having 90 permanent employees here. So that's the kind of thing RDP 21 does. We go, we lobby, we try to get new tenant activities for Point Mugu and the Port Hueneme area of what they call Navy Base Ventura County now. And we have lobbied, when we first started, there were 72 tenant activities, and now I believe there are 99. And I'm not saying we're taking credit for all of them, but we certainly helped the Navy. We've helped other branches of the service bring in different tenant activities. And the idea is, if they decide to cut one, there's still 98 more tenant activities out there, and the base is pretty much protected because of the vast variety of activities that they have out there. Okay, enough of that one. Then I attended the ribbon cutting for the directed energy building out at, on the Point Mugu site. It's actually a Naval Surface Warfare Center building, and it's right on the coast. Directed energy is lasers, and they're going to be able to handle tons of different types of lasers, different strengths of lasers, and they're going right out over the ocean because this building is right there. And it's in a marine environment with the salt water, fog, and everything, and they're going to be able to shoot them out to test ships, and they'll see exactly what they would do if they were using them on our enemies. So this is the direction that the warfighter is going to be going in the future. I attended the Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District Ad Hoc Committee on what I'm still calling the Senior Center, but I know you call something else, on December 6th. I attended the CASA Federal Ledge Committee meeting today, and I attended the Airport Ad Hoc Committee meeting on December 1st. I too want to talk about the Board of Supervisors meeting. You were more charitable than I was going to be, but I've decided to tone it down. I have no idea why our supervisor, Mrs. Long, would completely go against the request of 5 city council members, the entire city council of the city of Camarillo. There were so many comments about how happy everybody was that the city of Moore Park was remaining whole with the city of Simi Valley, when the only people who cared about keeping Camarillo as what am I trying to say, cohesive an area as two areas that they could be, were Supervisor Ramirez and Supervisor Parks. I just don't know the reason why Mrs. Long would go against everything in just repositioning those boundaries. I just don't. However, it's not my concern anymore because she booted me out of her district. So I'm now in Mrs. Parks' district. Or I will be. I guess they submitted the map today, so I guess that's, I just don't think it's right for Camarillo. I would like to bring this up, since we were talking about SB 9 earlier. This article also talked about an initiative that has been approved by the Attorney General. It is called the Brand Wang Mendoza Tripartisan Land Use Initiative. And they are collecting signatures. It would do away with SB 9. And I believe that would be a good thing. There are some things that some people consider don't go far enough about this initiative. Other people consider it goes a little too far. All I can say is, if this initiative passes, we're not going to be stuck with SB 9. And if it doesn't pass, we are stuck with SB 9. And I think SB 9 is the worst of two evils. So I would like to ask that at our next meeting, we consider, have an item on the agenda so we can discuss and consider adopting a resolution to support it, or not. Just give us the opportunity. So with that, I'll wish everybody happy holidays.
Ms. Santangelo?
Okay, for meetings attended on November 17th, CPA Executive Committee, November 18th, Ventura County Animal Services, missed November 16th, Board of Supervisors redistricting, December 1st, Finance Committee and our reorganization meeting, skipped 11:30, DeSalter ribbon cutting, December 2nd, CPA Board, December 7th, Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and another Board of Supervisors. And December 4th, I attended the Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurses Association A Light Up a Life celebration. So I was going to talk about Board of Supervisors. You've said what I wanted to say. I was so frustrated that here was the five of us so united, and I didn't, what was so frustrating was I didn't hear a really, a legitimate argument for why not. I didn't hear anything that was substantial about why that line had to be on Las Posas and wherever it was. It's just odd. Very frustrating, and it's so frustrating that we represent the city, she represents a district, and so I just think we had some valuable input that just felt like it was completely ignored. And at the last meeting as well, I felt that way, because I felt like we brought up those concerns, and they just weren't given much discussion. Gemini Street, and Kevin, maybe you'll have something to say about this. I've been seeing some things on social media about how trash and rubbish and stuff being left in the street. I don't know how bad it is, but I'm just asking, if you go out and enjoy that neighborhood, which is just such a wonderful thing for our community and so many people are happy about. Leave it cleaner than when you got there. If you see some trash, pick it up, bring it home. Those homeowners have done so much to make it so wonderful, they shouldn't have to clean up after us as well. Jeffrey, I'm going to miss you. I just wanted to say something to you because from the moment that I decided to run and showed up here, you were welcoming to me and supportive to me and kind and funny, and I could always rely on you for help and for answers and to point me in the right direction. And thank you, and I will miss you. Thank you for adjourning in honor of Mary Little. I just wanted to say how much she meant to this community and how much she did, and just second what you said. And with that, happy holidays, have a safe one, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Mr. Kildee.
All right. Okay, meetings attended November 18th, VRSD, November 18th. We also had a VCOG administrative meeting, and it's interesting with Mrs. Craven. One of the individuals that either is help writing this initiative, I believe, is the mayor. I think he's in Huntington Beach, and he was actually there through Zoom. I believe it's
Redondo Beach.
Yeah. By Zoom, and it was interesting how he talked about this referendum and said, that it's being overused, but this is exactly a legitimate use of this, and explained all the nuances and whatnot about why they got involved, along with some other people. It's not just him, but I have contact information and all that. We can talk about that at another date. Let me go through. I also, the 19th Economic Development Land Use Committee meeting, December 1st, the Finance, December 2nd had another VRSD. Let's see, what else did I do? I think that's it as far as meetings. Want to say something about the DeSalter dedication. Mrs. Craven, I've been up here with you for 25 years, and in my opinion, that was one of your best, if not the best speech that you ever gave, and I've heard a lot of your speeches. So I really appreciate your kind of, if anybody has a chance, to revisit that, it's worth revisiting. I love the way that you did all of the short stories and anecdotes about water. And I think that you touch most, if not all, the bases on that. And I really love a lot of it, but I just want to say one thing. I really got a big kick out of what you said about Stan Daly and Will Rogers, that whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting for. And I really appreciate that. That was really good. I want to talk just a little bit about Mary Little really quickly. Incredible lady. Her and Bill were always together. I never saw one without the other. And I'm pretty sure Bill met her when he was city manager on Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. And Greg, I think they had 17-member city council, I believe, Greg? So you have something to look forward to, right, Greg? What do you think of that? You have triple the pleasure up here. But anyhow, it's an incredible lady, and she was one of those that when she got involved with something, she got way involved. And she wasn't one, she liked to participate in life, and that's what she did. And we're going to really miss her. I learned a lot from Mary Little, and she was a good friend of mine, and my heart's out to Bill and his family. And she really fought this health issues that she had with all that she had. She really did. I want to talk a little bit about the meetings with the Board of Supervisors. It's still a real head scratcher for me. I think Camarillo really took it on the chin here. I don't know what to say, other than the fact that hopefully there'll be another day, and we'll have some more discussions on this not too distant future here. Susan, thank you for saying something about that. There's been a lot of talk on our street about the litter. It is an issue. And I think it's important to know that there's countless hours getting that ready, countless. And it's something that most of the residents, if not all of them, do it to give back to the community in their own way. And we all take a lot of pride in what we do there. And we appreciate by far the majority of the people that are really good and really support what we're doing. But I appreciate you bringing that up, because that we don't need that in this city. That's all I can say. Jeffrey, I'm just going to say one line to you, and you're the best. And that's all I'm going to tell you. With that, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, however you celebrate this very blessed season. I wish, our city and our state and our country and all the families and all the people nothing but the best. And again, we have a great city, and I'm really impressed with my council members tonight and the comments that they made on several subjects. And I'm going to leave with this, that this council really cares about the future of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I'll try to run down. I have a lot. November 11th, Airport Authority meeting. November 13th, I did the Ride for the Red. Road 60, I told you I was going to give you an update. I rode 65 miles. I got 2 flat tires. I have the worst of luck. 2 flat tires. I'm happy to report that neither of those were in the city of Camarillo, which I did ride through. Our streets were pretty dang clean. But Mora Park and Port Hueneme, you got to clean up your act. You popped my tire. But luckily they had, I had a tube for the first one, and I had to wait for the mobile tire guy for the second, because I only carry 1 tube on me. But that was pretty cool. In spite of the pandemic, they actually had the highest turnout ever for that event. So really terrific. November 16th, County Board of Supervisors meeting, and I'll opine on that later. November 17th, attended the Ventura County Civic Alliance State of the Region report, and I know that staff is coordinating for someone to come and give a presentation to us sometime soon in regards to that. November 18th, EDC. November 18th, I also did the ribbon cutting for Dr. Watley Health and Wellness. It's down in Old Town. And so I like doing ribbon cuttings. I like doing ribbon cuttings for Old Town merchants. So I like seeing new people go in there. November 19th, Economic Development Land Use Committee with Mr. Kildee. November 30th, the ribbon cutting for the DeSalter. And Charlotte, I will say that your speech was very puntastic. It was terrific. You told a story. You told the story, but in a really, really interesting way. So I didn't keep count. I should have. But it was a really good speech. December 1st, council reorg meeting. Also December 1st, airport ad hoc committee with Ms. Graven. December 3rd, utilities committee. December 7th, transportation and infrastructure committee. And 4 quick things. 1, yes, Jeffrey, thank you so very much. And truly, to the bottom of my heart, I'm going to miss you. I'm going to pretty much ditto what Susan had said. You have been nothing but kind and professional, and I greatly, greatly appreciate it. The count on last night, the County Board of Supervisors meeting, the redistricting. I just want to say a few words on that. Pretty much nothing different than what everyone else has said. I'm incredibly disappointed. I'm certainly disappointed in Supervisor Long. She is a resident of Camarillo. She knows Camarillo. She should know Camarillo. And the way they chose to divide Camarillo up makes absolutely no sense. Any resident from Camarillo could look at that map and tell you that it doesn't make any sense. Whether you live to the north or the south of Las Posas, whether whether you live one block north or south, there's a community of interest there. And then as someone who was born and raised and still lives in Mission Oaks, the way Mission Oaks was divided makes absolutely no sense. Creating lines, whether you live on one side or the other of Mission Oaks Boulevard or one side or the other of Wood Creek, if you're from Camarillo and you talk about Mission Oaks, everyone, at least everyone I grew up with, can draw you a very detailed map of what exactly Mission Oaks is. Mission Oaks in and of itself is a community of interest within Camarillo, and we gutted it. We cut it right down the line. From someone who lives in Mission Oaks and grew up in Mission Oaks, that's just, it's so arbitrary. It makes no sense. What the city put forward in our map made a lot more sense. It was something all five of us, as you already said, we came united as a council, as a city. We put forward what I would argue is certainly a better map, still stayed within all the legal and numerical requirements set forth by the Board of Supervisors. And I know there was a comment or a concern about how many residents might have shifted from one district to the other as a result of the amendments that we had proposed. And so staff did a calculation on how many residents. 970. That's it. 970 would have been moving 970 residents from one district into another, which when you look at the whole, how many people populate each respective supervisorial district, it's negligible. It doesn't matter. That's all I got to say on that. I'm really I am just with all of you up here. I am really disappointed in that. So Mary Little, we all knew Mary Little. We all know Bill Little. I do want to read for anyone else who doesn't know who Mary Little was. It's important you do know who she was. She was a former city council member in Wauwatosa. I had to say that a few times. Wisconsin, and a commissioner for the Milwaukee Metropolitan Sewage Commission. So in 1989, Mary arrived in Camarillo with her husband, Bill Little, and he was newly appointed city manager at that time. And she got involved in the community from day one. She was involved with numerous organizations, Camarillo Hospice, Camarillo Ranch Foundation, Friends of the Camarillo Library, St. Mary Magdalene School, the Camarillo Newcomers. She was critical in the Padre Sarah Catholic Church being built. She served in major leadership roles in the Meadowlark Service League, and she was the Taste of Camarillo was, that was her baby, and the Meadowlarks. I knew Mary. I knew Mary before I knew Bill. I knew of Bill, but I knew Mary because Mary would every year like clockwork. She would come around to our family business and. We always supported the Meadowlarks, and we would donate to their causes. So Mary would always come around and make sure we supported. We were good for a sponsorship, and we were always happy to give her the check. And got tickets to Taste of Camarillo or did the Home for the Holidays tour. We usually sponsored a home. So she was an amazing lady. She received numerous awards, Doña by the Pleasant Valley Historical Society, Community Gem Award, Woman of the Year by the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce. And when I was running for council, I sought her and Bill's counsel too, because I know how important they were to this community. And she gave me in her very merry way, she gave me very straight, blunt advice about things. And I always respected her candor. And her bluntness. She always told you the way it was, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent. Mary told you what was on her mind, and she was always upfront with you. And I really appreciate that about her. So Mary, you will be missed. Bill, we are certainly here for you. We are a community, and we're all pulling together to support you. But she was certainly a very, very special lady. With that, I will just wish everyone happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Oh. Yes, absolutely.
I was remiss in not mentioning, I just wanted to personally mention Mary. It's so incredibly appropriate that we adjourn in her memory. Thank you for bringing that forward. And then on a totally separate issue, Jeffrey, thank you, and thank you for your service, and enjoy your well-deserved retirement. So thank you for letting me
Absolutely.
insert myself back in.
So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everyone. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting in the memory of Mary Little.